To the mic, it's the Dennis Byron Show. Breaking headlines, truth in every flow. From courtroom seats to exclusive shots. Journalism raw, yeah, Byron calls the shots. Subscribe, stay woke, now let's get in the know. It's the Dennis Byron Show. 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 Dennis Byron Show. The Dennis Byron Show. Dennis Byron Show. The Dennis Byron Show. Dennis Byron Show. Welcome to the mic, it's the Dennis Byron Show. Breaking headlines, truth in every flow. From courtroom seats to exclusive shots. Journalism raw, yeah, Byron calls the shots. Subscribe, stay woke, now let's get in the know. It's the Dennis Byron Show.
And I was like, oh my God, I can go on for days.
Is that everything you're working on?
That's why they say a lot of stuff as a content creator.
Yeah, you really do. And you just turn those negative comments off. Because for every one negative comment, you have about 1,000 people that support you.
That's right. I'm not ignoring y'all.
And you just build your own community. And that's
Sounds good. We got a Jackie out here.
And that is okay. Right. I'm not for everybody. Right. But the ones I am for, I love those guys. I'm a good time. You're not here for a long time. But we don't have a good time on pop on. We don't pop out. Right. And get our point across.
I got it stand by.
People don't like you for the way other people love you.
And I had to separate that. Yeah, I had to separate that. I had to.
Even certain people that was out here. You know what I'm saying?
I learned.
I didn't ask myself, I was like, what's wrong with what is it? And they was like, trying to do that.
Well, because I'm been on it. I'm been on it. I feel like I feel like it's like a joke. You know, you feel like go get it off the street. It's like, yeah. We're back. Everybody coming back. But I'm so happy. I was saying they were just asking what I like. This is what I had popcorn.
Now, do you think he's going to get time served? You know, all of them. No.
When I met you for the first time in my I just
We don't know, especially when that's just, no, we're all. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I personally don't think that he was in all of that. Because you gotta remember this is a person who is from the bottom. Right. Not many people. It's something that's wrong. Right. But I don't.
Yes, yes. I appreciate you. You already know. Yes. Okay, I told them I'm gonna go and see what's going on up there. Yeah, almost came. I was in work with it. That was about me. I'm out here oh yeah, you don't wanna, yeah, don't do that. That's great. Well, you know, we come down, we'll let you know what we're dealing with.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I do remember. Yeah, yeah. I was so good. Yeah, I can't believe it. By the way, I just saw you guys. So what do you think is gonna go on? They were arresting two people before they did things. those platforms want to be infused with sites like Nightcrawler.info and the law firm and so on. Those super sites that does all the data manipulation. So it's becoming easier, easier. In other words, if I want to take a narrative and that's of interest, that you a blue man and not a yellow man, I just duplicate rest of all of that in 6 months, and I'll be right on target. But it's not that quick. No one can exactly duplicate it and kill it. The test has been broken. So that's what's going on now. So this is why the music of this conversation, this is like a test. Everything is getting confused.
When you said that, that's what this is one thing I don't know if you understand. So before people would get involved as a content creator, they need a certain amount of time to go through what somebody sees. So they come to your house and grab a file, they send it to you according to the time that you would have gotten that
But
information.
AI is not particularly predicting the future. AI is just running threads and letting you know statistically what is likely. It's not really a future prediction. AI, the platforms that we give the authority to do that. You can do that, but you can't do it in writing, or the lawyers or the judges can do it, but they can't do it in writing. They will know. In other words, if you're the defendant, I can know that by October of next year, you will be serving X amount of time.
So even maybe this case where you know what an expert witness is, right? So they'll say, well, I'm a DNA forensic analyst, or I'm a whoever they're asking, whoever has the I don't want to talk about records, but the data, like they'll say, if you were to, pick down this road and shoot somebody in the back on the driveway, well, what happens is this angle speaks for them. Those are expert witnesses. Mouse readers, they're spectating that. So I'm just saying, there could be expert witnesses who could say, if you're the music artist, I was an expert witness of your artistry.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, put a one in the chat if you hear the sound of my voice. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining. Put a one in the chat if you can hear the sound of my voice. JC Talks, I see you. I see you, D. I see you. I see you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Hopefully, my sound is much better. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, the hearing has started. Hearing has started, and for those who are checking in, this is a hearing for a new trial and or acquittal. And I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, uh, I am optimistic that the judge will get it right today. He will get it right today. I'm optimistic. For those who don't know, I've been on a slight hiatus, but I am back, and I want to be able to cover this because it's pretty important to me. Because again, for those who know, fair disclosure, I've known Mr. Combs, Sean Puff, I call him Puffy, for many years, and I think that what we have seen that has unfolded since the start of this trial was that the prosecution overcharged Mr. Combs for RICO. Now, hopefully, the judge does not depart from what the jurors have decided and attempt, I won't say attempt because he's the judge, to perhaps look at some of the things that Mr. Combs wasn't convicted of and decide to hold that over his head, so to speak. I'm hoping this judge will follow the law, look at the supplements that were sent in, the letters that the many letters that were sent in from family members, friends, former employees, and even inmates who have benefited from Mr. Combs's mentorship.
have benefited from Mr. Combs' mentorship. Shout out to Knockout. Knockout got a hair out. Okay, hold on. Who we got here? Okay, we have, I'll tell you who's walking in right now. It does appear there's a family member for Mr. Combs. I think that's Mrs. Combs's assistant, Janice Combs' assistant. And while we're talking about Miss Janice Combs, yesterday she scored a victory in the civil case that was filed against her by a former business partner, colleague of Mr. Combs. The judge in that case dismissed the case and told the plaintiff that he gets nothing. But what he does have to do is pay Miss Combs for the monies that was spent to fight the frivolous lawsuit, and he cannot refile the case again. So that's a victory for another victory. Mr. Combs and his family, his mother in particular, have garnered some good wins in the last couple of weeks. A couple of weeks. So, ladies and gentlemen, do you think the judge will honor and accept the 14.9 months that was requested by the defense, or do you think this judge is going to be more leaning towards the prosecution's recommendation and that of the PSR report? So, while we don't have our hands on the PSR, but based on what the defense had filed a couple of days ago, there was some reference that the PSR report recommended a departure from what Mr. Combs should be getting. And I don't know how much weight that will have with this judge. I don't know. And then here's the other part to this. This hearing today could have been decided in writing by the judge. And many people believe that because the judge requested parties to come in from all over, because people are traveling from all over. We have content creators who have come out from Atlanta, from Los Angeles. I'll be at the sentencing. I'm hoping this is, this may be the finality to his case today, but I don't think so. I do think that the arguments that have been made by the defense attorneys are very good arguments. I mean, and also, guys, you don't know. Last week in New York State, Suffolk County to be exact, there was a former cop that took a plea deal for running a brothel in Long Island. He was a working cop running a brothel, and he was arguably a pimp because he was requiring these girls who worked in the brothel to give anywhere from $6,000 to $12,000 a month. I think that's pimp behavior, if you ask me. But the media didn't report him as a pimp. He was acting as a pimp. He was profiting off of the backs of these women who were in the brothel. So, and they sanitized the story. The headlines, I won't call it outlet out, but they were sanitizing the story. This cop was a pimp who had a house of prostitution that he ran. And he took a plea deal. Can anyone guess how much time he got? 2 years. And he has to pay like $1 million and some dollars back. But just look at this. This is a New York State case. It was prosecuted by New York State, and it fell under. If the feds would have picked it up, they had the jurisdiction and the wherewithal to pick it up. This cop used his power as a cop. I don't know if anyone could say that he's a police officer running a operation, a house of prostitution, brothel, and collecting money. That was a pimp. A pimp with a badge. He doesn't have that badge anymore, by the way. And he was out on bond. He was going back and forth fighting this case. He was literally going in every day that was necessary from the street. So they showed deference to this guy who was a cop who basically used his profession to provide security for his brothel. But that's a story that shout out to Sean G. He talked about it. And And shout out to my guy Shanti. I'll leave it at that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, stand by. Good morning to all those that are checking in. I see you. JC, where you at? JC, call the office. JC, call the office. All right, guys. How's my sound now? Because we just changed our connection. It's to sound good. Put a 1 in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you get a sound of my voice, put a 1 in the chat. Thank you, D. Thank you, D. Thank you. All right, guys. There's another case that we're watching closely. We're about to bring that case up, but this is a case involving a young man in Georgia charged with the killing of Sequoia Turner. The closing arguments are happening right now, and this is a case involving a reckless shooting during a protest rally of sorts during the 2020 uprising at the Wendy's in downtown Atlanta. I was covering that case back in 2020 from the killing of Rayshard Brooks by Dan Rolfe, his name, Officer Rolfe. He's still a cop, by the way, but he's been getting some trouble lately. But I covered that case, and during the uprising, it was a barricade or several barricades erected downtown Atlanta, and cars were not allowed to go through the neighborhood. But when the car being driven by the family member of Sequoia Turner approached the barricades and went around the barricades, shots rang out, hitting the vehicle multiple times. According to the testimony by the lead detective, Stephan, there were about 8 bullets that hit the car, one of which was a fatal bullet that hit Sequoia Turner as she sat in the back of the car. And yesterday, there was a testimony by another individual who was testifying for the defense that she witnessed individuals wearing black that had took fire on the vehicle. During the case in chief by the prosecution, they described the person who shot through the car was wearing red top with lettering and blue jeans, and they believe it was Julian Conley. Well, yesterday it might have poked, based on the testimony of this particular witness, it might have poked some holes in the government's case, because most of the footage that I watched, it was kind of grainy. But it's interesting that all the individuals that were there, and no one actually came out and testified that they saw this individual, Julian Conley, fire upon the vehicle. He was carrying an assault rifle like others that were carrying assault rifles. Several of us had firearms out there that night because we didn't know what was happening, because there were talks of the Ku Klux Klan driving through Atlanta and targeting individuals. But unfortunately, Securia Turner lost her life because someone recklessly fired in the vehicle. Why were they firing in the vehicle? No one knows. All we know is that the car was laced with bullets, at least 8 bullets, and she obviously didn't make it. And it is a sad story, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very sad story. I did have the opportunity to speak with the mother a couple of days ago. I was in the courtroom, and the testimony was just you got to think you had an innocent person. All three of them were innocent, just trying to get home, just trying to get home. And while I believe the intent of many of them that were there that night was just to make sure that the community stays safe, but unless you have the training, the skill, and the temperament to be out there, you probably should be out there with firearms because there's nothing that I've seen throughout this case to justify them firing on that car or pointing pistols at another car that approached the crime scene 40 minutes earlier. So, ladies and gentlemen, that case we are also monitoring. With that, ladies and gentlemen, stand by.
Leadership position again because that dumb 19-year-old went to a bus with an older guy. As the older guy said, "No, come on through. You're for the community." But that somehow became him. Let's watch that video.
Okay, so I'm not a fan of defense attorneys and such a sensitive. All right, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? D, you said sound. D, I know you can hear me, Steve. I know you can hear me. The sound in this courtroom is not that good. When I sat in there, it was very hard to hear the defense. The mics are very loud on the prosecution side. I will tell you that it will be hard for you to hear the sound coming from that courtroom unless the lawyers are talking up and they're just trying to cue up the video again.
There's no microphones on. I don't know if that's causing it.
So, in that video,
What do you mean you can't hear? Okay. Guys, how's the sound? Because I can hear it. You guys should be able to hear the sound. Thank, thank you guys. Thank you. Okay, so some can hear the lawyer, some can't hear the lawyer. You guys might have to turn your speakers up because I can hear the lawyer. It's not about hearing me so much; it's about hearing the lawyer. I'm talking over the lawyer right now. All right, I can't do nothing about the court. Okay, stand by. We're gonna try something different. Stand by.
that if you have a grave suspicion that he did it, and only a grave suspicion that he did it, your duty is to find him not guilty. Because
How about now, guys? How's that?
grave suspicion is insufficient. The judge is going to tell you that you can only convict if there is no reasonable alternative theory consistent with innocence.
Hey.
The judge is going to talk to you about reasonable doubt. And as Mr. Abadi said, you know, lawyers, we screw things up. I don't know if he said that, but I think he meant that. We screw things up with words. We take words that should be simple and we butcher them. We mess them up somehow. A couple weeks ago, I was in a trial in Tifton, Georgia. And the judge did something I've never seen a judge do. At the start of the trial, Bill Reinhardt, Judge Reinhardt, he said, call him Bill. He read the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm thinking, oh, what? In the courtroom? You know, a little separation of this details. And I'm going to be, again, as Mr. Body was frank with you about, I'm going to be a little bit frank with me. Rightly or wrongly, I've never considered myself a patriot. I didn't. I thought you sort of had to somehow earn it. I'm not like Miss Broderick, a veteran of war. I didn't think I earned the right. But it took me to the last time I even heard the Pledge of Allegiance, and it was at my dad's funeral when he was given the flag from his military service. Having gotten on a boat and a plane and gone to Vietnam. And the minister, who was an officer of the military, talked about justice and what it means and what it fought for. I was like, wow. I believe in justice. I believe in fighting for it. Patriot. And I am. Talk about don't have to love everybody or like everybody, but that doesn't matter. You don't have to like what everybody says, but that doesn't matter. We're all, as Mr. Body said, we're cloaked. We're cloaked in this thing that has to be more than a thing, an idea that has to be more than an idea. It has to be who we are. And this idea, it's not about your suspicion, it's not about I believe he did it, I believe he didn't do it, it's about did they prove it beyond reasonable doubt. And that's who we are. At least that's who we say we are. And as you know, lawyers mess things up the way I think of reasonable doubt. My wife and I were watching TV a few nights ago. I let her have the remote control this time, or as I like to call it, every time. And she does what she always does.
Thank you for catching that. Roasted bean. Sorry for the typo.
And this documentary was on.
But you know what I mean.
It was something called How Did It Happen? Why Did It Happen? Something like that. And it told the story of this young girl. I think her name was Mary Kellerman, a 7-year-old girl in a suburb of Illinois, suburb of Chicago, rather. 6 o'clock one morning, wasn't feeling well, it was time for school. And her dad did what a dad would do. I've been there. My wife's a flight attendant. I was always at home with my 2 daughters, trying to comb hair. I've gotten it right with myself. The dad gave his daughter a pill and showed the thereafter, he heard her collapse on the floor, dead. And a few miles down the road in that suburb of Chicago, you had the Janus family. 3 people were sick in the Janus family. 3 people took a pill. They all died. 4 people dead near this little suburb of Chicago when someone figured out the Tylenol was killing them. I know Tylenol is in the news now, but we're not talking about that.
All right, guys, those are joining in.
Tylenol killed them.
Stand by.
All in all, 7 people near Chicago died because someone, before the age of childproof locks and all this other stuff, someone had poisoned the Tylenol. 7 people died. And what did Tylenol do? Tylenol removed every bottle of Tylenol off every store shelf in Chicago, in Illinois, in Atlanta, in Idaho, in California. Every Tylenol in the country was pulled off the shelf. Not because the makers of Tylenol believed their product was deadly. They did not believe it was deadly, but they had. And that's what reasonable doubt is. It's not about math. It's not a 1 out of 2 chance, a 1 out of 10 chance, a 1 out of a million chance. The numbers don't matter. That ain't about math. It is about reasonable. And Tylenol deemed the threat too severe. The threat too severe. The threat too reasonable. And they pulled it off every shelf. That is reasonable doubt. Or another way to judge reasonable doubt, when the man with the blue suit and the gray shirt and the blue yellow tie with lies and half-truths and conflation and exaggeration says anything, that too is reasonable doubt. Let's watch videos. I want you to get a feel as best you can of what the night was like. Is anything happening anywhere? pornos. Small adults love that. Backflip too.
Okay, guys, we have an update coming out the courtroom. So apparently, defense attorney Shapiro has argued to the judge that during the trial, the witness emphasized that it was choreographed, talking about the free calls, that there was role playing in wigs. It was filmed and so was covered under the First Amendment. Combs also had a right as a consumer of amateur porn, free speech under Coalition versus Paxton. This is what Ms. Shapiro, the attorney representing Mr. Combs, has argued to the court. So Mr. Combs, as we knew by the testimony, was in the corner recording. He was recording this. Everyone knew he was recording this. He wasn't participating in the acts, he was recording it. He was basically making home movies of sorts. And then, according to the tweet coming out by Inner City Press, Jane even bought a TV so they could watch the videos together. The judge responds, how does that apply to the transportation count? Ms. Shapiro responds, if the intent included timing, is filming and watching later, it would be porn. Then the judge responds, so not prostitution if it's recorded and watched later? I don't think that's prostitution. Well, it's not prostitution with Mr. Combs. And we know Cassie wasn't charged with prostitution, but were the entertainers charged with prostitution. So how does Puffy get the prostitution and get prosecuted, but no one else does. Does that even make sense? And he didn't even participate. It's like going into a restaurant with a group of your friends. They the meal, they eat the steak, the lobster. You're just sitting there drinking water. Unbeknownst to you, no one has money. They all walk out without paying. You're still there drinking your water, but they want to charge you for dining and dashing. No, charge the people who consumed the food, who benefited from the food, who didn't pay for it. So I get the argument by defense attorney Shapiro. Puffy essentially was just recording. He wasn't in the act. He was recording, which is covered under the First Amendment. So that's the argument coming out of the courtroom right now. What do you guys think? Do you think the person who is sitting back in the cut recording should be given many years for recording pornography of consenting adults? That is the question. Guys, we're taking you back to the trial in Atlanta. As I get updates, I will bring it back to the outside of the courthouse in New York City. Okay, guys, we're waiting for the updates to come out the courtroom. Uh, Very heated argument by both Slavic as well as this defense attorney, Alexander Shapiro, for Mr. Combs. So stand by for latest updates. Stand by. All right, guys, we bring you back into the courtroom for the closing arguments for the man charged with killing Sequoia Turner, and that defendant name is Julian Conley. Here we go. I don't know, Carolina. I don't know if I'm just listening to the questions that not listening to, reading the questions that the judge is asking of both sides, and I'm just trying to see if we can gauge something from this. But the judge thought important to have everyone in the courtroom today. So it may be an acquittal. If he acquits him on the Mann Act, he goes home today. If he finds that there was evidence to support
Now,
the conviction,
finish like
then
I
he'll
started.
proceed to sentencing October 3rd. So hopefully that answers your question.
I guess had I gone to a Wake Forest game and watched Mr. Bobby's brother in their black and gold, perhaps I would have stood out in my red, but I didn't at the game I went to. Or perhaps had I been on at University Avenue that night, I would have stood out. Or perhaps if Julian had been in that red and white actually doing something, he would have stood out, but he didn't. I hope you got a good look at the video at both of them. I hope you saw community. I hope you saw kids, small adults doing cartwheels. I hope you saw that guy walking his dog. I hope you saw the grills and the smoke. I hope you saw families. They were there for community. They were there to uplift their community. They were there to love their community. And because they're abandoned by the city, whose job it is to serve and protect, the city left them unserved and unprotected. They were there to serve and protect their community. You heard Ms. Salloway. Every day they were providing food for people. They got in the bathroom. They're going to get 2 showers that day. Salloway planted a garden. They were there for community. There was no meeting of the minds to take over. This is blood territory here. The only game that Salloway was in was a game that loved her community. That's all they were there for. There was no meeting of the minds. There was no, let's block this street. Let's show our dominance. Let's show our conflict with intentional. Let's show dominance. They never showed even the barricade there. Because they abandoned that area. Yet they come in here throwing words around like gang and armed militia. And all they have is shepherd. Shepherd is their shepherd. He told Agent Coleman what he wanted to tell Agent Coleman. He showed Agent Coleman what he wanted to show Agent Coleman. He put circles around that field so that you will look where he wants you to look. We don't even see the whole McCord interaction if it happened 4, 3, 2 minutes before this. We don't see that. So clearly there's a blind spot. Clearly there's a blind spot in the heart. When I think more about that second video you saw at the last barricade, and you saw that car go by, and you saw the person kneeling or squatting, and you saw him creep behind the barricade. Shepard had an answer for that. Oh, he was ducking for cover from Julian Conley's fire. That we would like to. justice for you. That's not even what it looked like to him. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Jew, care about truth. Now, the way the rules work, I don't like it. I have to sit down. I don't like it. I'm scared. I'm scared like I was last Wednesday. I'm scared now because once I sit down, no matter how much I want to, and I'm sitting right next to you, no matter how much I want to, and no matter how much you want to, this family, they want to. I won't be able to get up and get and say another word. They will, and that's why you see them type, because they're typing real time a response to anything I say. You didn't say that right, you didn't say that right. Oh, I got you on this one, I got you. Aha. I don't, the rules don't allow me to do that. The rules don't allow me to answer their questions or question their answers. So I have to sit quietly because they get the last word, except they don't. Do. You do. You get the last word. You get to tell them. You don't get to rush to justice by rushing to you. You get to tell them when the mom and the man behind the wheel all agree. So should you? You get to tell them that. You get to tell them that that girl's life is worth more than any investigation. You get to do that. You get to tell them, you see those pictures he gave you with those two people circled? How come you didn't look for those people? How come you didn't look for those people? How come you didn't do a bulletin with those people on it? You get to tell them that we live in a day and age where you can cheat on your wife at a Coldplay concert on. With the t-shirts and the placards and all say Black Lives Matter, her life should matter. You get to tell them that. You get to tell the city of Atlanta, you don't get to wash your hands of a community. Just as my dad got on that plane and that boat and went to Vietnam to fight for the thing that we call justice, for the thing that he said you believe in. And I know you do. You don't have to get in that plane or that boat and go to some foreign land and step foot on some foreign soil. Sometimes you get to get a jury summons. Sometimes you get to read that jury summons and say, oh, hell. But sometimes despite saying, oh, hell, another one. You come here and you sit through 2 days of questioning and thinking of time. What do I say to get out of this? Sometimes you end up sitting in that seat where you're sitting right now because you get to apply your common sense and your reason and your life experiences. Without going to Vietnam, just by getting in that car, coming here and getting on that shuttle and walking into this building, sitting in those seats. Some of you are already, but you're all veterans now. You're all new.
All right, guys, what you're watching now is outside the 500 Pearl Street in New York City at the federal courthouse. And that is the Patrick J. Moynihan Federal Courthouse, where we are waiting the lawyers to come outside the courtroom from the listening and delivering their arguments for and against a motion for new trial and acquittal. We know that there was a supplementary report submitted to the court several days ago where there was a plethora of case law that was cited by the defense, as well as 70 plus letters from family and friends, as well as uh, people that are incarcerated with Mr. Combs who have uh, championed his release by way of writing these letters. So I don't know how much of that will impact the judge's decision, but I will say that the defense has put a full court press on getting this case to the next level of either a dismissal and or a new trial. What does a new trial look like? If the judge grants the motion for a new trial for the Mann Act charges that he was convicted of, does that then open the door for him to get released? Or would there be a reason argued by the prosecution to keep him aside? And then the other question is, how soon will a trial happen? How soon will the trial happen if the judge grants the new trial motion? Will that happen next month? Will that happen a year from now? Because if it happens a year from now, it's kind of uh, counterproductive if the defense is asking for 14 months and 14.9 months time served. So this is kind of tricky. And I don't know if this judge is leaning more towards the new trial. Because if the judge is leaning towards the new trial, granting it, then Mr. Combs might have to stay in jail longer. The flip side to that is he could deny everything and say, I'll see you guys October 3rd, which is next week. And some have wondered why didn't the judge just write his opinion and give his answer without requiring them to attend, both sides to attend. And for those who are tuning in, we will have the transcript from everything from today, so we can analyze how the judge came to his decision, one way or the other. One way or the other. So we're watching for any activity that may happen. Let's stand by, guys. Stand by. Who's coming out? So what we're looking at is the side where the lawyers, well, where the prosecutors come out at. The family typically comes out. Uh, well, not actually, will be coming out this door. They'll be coming out this door. But what this federal courthouse, you don't know what the protocols are from day to day. They change it up based on security concerns. So we don't know if they're going to come out this door or another door, but there are cameras on both sides, so we won't miss much. And we expect that there will be a press conference at the conclusion of the motion arguments. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the hearing is concluded. It is over, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Mark Aniflio has left the courthouse, and he's the lead attorney. So we're just waiting for the family to come out but the hearing is over, ladies and gentlemen. The judge hasn't made a ruling yet, but it lasted. Let's see, it lasted about a little over 2 hours. A little over 2 hours. So again, it's up to the judge to make his decision, and we'll see. We'll see what that is before October 3rd. Before October 3rd, we'll know something. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just getting a report that podcaster Gene Deal is at the courthouse as well. Yes, Gene Deal is at the courthouse as well. Uh, Probably trying to get some press. I don't know what the heck he's doing. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, yeah, that's what's happening right now. Gene Deal decided to show up in the overflow room, of course. Stand by. Family's about to come out. Family's about to come out. The vehicle has arrived. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Combs should be coming out first. I'm guessing. Uh, Okay, once he walks in, security just came out. Okay, they're about to walk out. Not yet. They're making sure the vehicle is positioned, but the family will be coming out momentarily. They won't come out before security goes back in to get them, but they should be coming out shortly. Okay. All right, stand by, guys, stand by. Okay, they're about to come out. Uh, Here they come. Okay. All right, here we go. Let's see who's coming out first. Okay, the twins. Is that the twins? Hold on, who's that? Okay. That's the twins that are coming out. Okay. Okay. Okay, David NY. Okay. Okay, okay, Miss Combs is coming out. Chalucci, Justin.
Hello, Miss Janice.
You're gonna be all right for the third? Let's go. Another nice
I just
ball
hurt
down
myself.
the
I just
floor.
hurt myself.
Okay.
Girl, isn't the son missing? The son of the girlfriend? They haven't come out.
Yeah, Pig and the girlfriend
Yeah.
haven't come out.
Oh, yeah. I thought you didn't like. What's the name of the short?
O- Okay, King Combs and
Nice to
his
see you inside, King. Nice to see you inside.
girlfriend is
How long you
leaving
guys
as
were
well.
dating?
Nice ball down the window. They broke the rule.
Who asked you about that?
I asked him how long you been dating.
Okay, that was the end of that.
Okay, do we have anyone else coming out? I think that should be it. I think King Combs was the last one. The question is, will the attorneys talk to the press? I don't think that may happen, but I can find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Nightcrawler.info. We on top of the AI. Nightcrawler.info. You got it, guys.
Paul Charlucci.
I didn't want to say anything because I recognized his legs. And I was like, oh, anyway.
Shout out to my cousin Raymond. I see you in the building.
And I was like, he's the only person that I've seen that like wants to be in front of. No, I don't know. Yeah.
I gotta put this up against there. Thank you. I look so happy. Thank you. Stop right here. Yep. I'll be here.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are waiting to see whether or not the attorneys will speak to the press. I don't know if they will, but we'll see. Let's see let's see what happens. I think that because the judge has to make a ruling relatively soon, they may or may not. Someone's going to talk to the press. Someone's going to talk. I rest assured. I just don't know if it's going to be anyone from the prosecution or the defense side, but someone's going to talk to the press. The next time you will see this many people gathered at the courthouse where Sean Combs will be sentenced by this judge if the judge doesn't grant a new trial. What do you guys think? What do you think the chances are? What do you think the chances are that the judge will grant a new trial for Mr. Combs and or acquittal?
You went to Harlem?
Oh, it was good. I was marching in the parade.
Oh, you? Oh, yeah.
I was in the parade on the bus. I was with my friend in the car. They had me in the car to get down. I was driving. I walked the whole parade. I see Charles Gucci out there. It was like, yeah. He was so happy, right? I met a lot of my supporters out there. I came in with some picture. I was like, but you know, I'm a woman, so I'm not like, so I was just like, oh, and then he started saying things, Sharon 5, like a 5, Channel 5, and I was like, this ain't my thing. Oh, he was like, well, say hi to my people. Tell them what your page
How many months?
Tell them what your page is.
Hey guys, I'm the winner of everything. I want to ask Teddy how many months. Teddy, how many months are you? 5 months?
Somebody point to the birthday person. Point to the birthday person.
Oh, she might be still in there. Oh, we don't know how much. I'm gonna finish to get this thing out.
I knew, though. Yeah, I pull my bag out right now and show you. I ain't playing no bag. So I done pulled it out before. The nigga know. I pull my bag out. The difference is, the difference is, I give it somebody. You ain't. I'm just keeping it real. People don't want you to keep it real and be honest. And like everybody talk about, I gotta deal with that every day. You think I want to get something? I had to protect me and mine. But you nigga always got it. You feel me? You don't care nobody. You don't even know how that feel. You don't even know. You feel me? Everybody. You feel me? You don't know what that feel like.
I would make it sound like every time your phone gets red, you got to everything is a nail. I told him, I told him Judge Evans, I can't I have to say, so
They had it covered up the whole time.
Trace, you are delusional. Get on your platform and get on out of here. You're delusional. Don't you think the feds would have made a case with that? Come on, Trace. Don't do that. You're doing too much.
right now, we talking like right now, we talking like
Trace wants some attention.
we talking like
Uh, yeah, Barbara, I don't know. She should be there to pick it up in a second.
Government's arguing that there's plenty of evidence to suggest that he did engage in prostitution. They're saying the Mann Act has
Kind of cool. I can talk to my delivery guy.
What do you guys think? He's walking out, not back here on October.
Get the delivery. Walking the dog. Can you hear me?
Charge of indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden whatsoever on the defendant, and the burden never shifts to the defendant. Go ahead.
They talk about half truths, lies, taking all the temperature. The advocacy is
That's her daughter.
Some of you call him Diddy. Some of you call him Puffy. Some of you call him Brother Love. But the world knows him as Sean Combs. Music mogul, fighter, survivor. They tried to take him down, but God had another plan. They could end the king, but the truth won't hide. They painted stories, tried to write your fate, but the jurors saw through, it wasn't too late. Aram Subramanian with his foot on the scale, but God runs the court and his truth won't fail. You built an empire, you gave the world sound, now the same world's waiting to see you rebound. You hold your head high, Puffy, you're not alone. The people know the truth, one day you'll be home. To the charts, your legacy's wide. They can cage a man's body, but not his pride. Brother Love's spirit can't be contained. Your name's etched forever in the Hall of Fame. The system's heavy, it was built to crush, but faith beats fear when you trust enough. The world's still vibing to the tracks you made, and your victory echoes, it'll never fade. But not guilty on the RICO, truth had the floor. They tried to write an ending, but God wrote more. Stand tall, Sean Combs, your crown's still near. The world's got your back, your freedom is clear. Oh, head high, Diddy, you're not alone. The people know the truth, one day you'll be home. They tried to break you, but the jury stood strong. God's justice louder than a judge's wrong. Yeah. Brother Love, the fight ain't done, but victory's yours and the war is won. One day soon you'll walk back free, cause no man's bigger than God's decree.
Yeah, this is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive. Call free Diddy. Run it back. Let's go.
Some of you call him Diddy. Some of you call him Puffy. Some of you call him Brother Love. But the world knows him as Sean Combs. Music mogul, fighter, survivor. They tried to take him down, but God had another plan. They could end the king, but the truth won't hide. They painted stories, tried to write your fate, but the jurors saw through, it wasn't too late. Aram Subramanian with his foot on the scale, but God runs the court and his truth won't fail. You built an empire, you gave the world sound, now the same world's waiting to see you rebound. You hold your head high, Puffy, you're not alone. The people
tried to break him. Hey.
From Harlem to the charts, your legacy's wide. They can cage a man's body, but not his pride. Brother love spirit can't be contained. Your name's etched forever in the Hall of Fame. The system's heavy, it was built to crush. But faith beats fear when you trust enough. The world's still vibing to the tracks you made. And your victory echoes, it'll never fade. But not guilty of Rico. Truth had the floor. They tried to write an ending, but God wrote more. Stand tall, Sean Combs, your crown's still near. The world's got your back, your freedom is clear.
Hey.
Victory's yours and the war is won. One day soon you'll walk back free, cause no man's bigger than God's decree.
One more.
Welcome to the mic, it's the Dennis Byron Show. Breaking headlines, truth in every flow. From courtroom seats to exclusive shots. Journalism raw, yeah, Byron calls the shots. Subscribe, stay woke, now let's get in the know.
Hey. Yes, it is, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah.
Dennis Byron Show. The Dennis Byron Show. Dennis Byron Show. The Dennis Byron Show. Dennis Byron Show. Dennis Byron Show. Dennis Byron Show. Welcome to it's the Dennis Byron Show. Breaking headlines, truth in every flow. From courtroom seats to exclusive shots. Journalism raw, yeah, Byron calls the shots. Subscribe, stay woke, now let's get in the know. It's the Dennis Byron Show.
Make no mistake, it's my show. Hey. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, so you know what happened today. You know what happened today. Welcome back, D's in the building. I see you, Blessed One. Blessed One, I agree with you. I strongly agree with you on your first statement. I like the music too. So the judge in this case has said to both parties that he's going to make his decision relatively soon. But then he says right afterwards, do anyone have any comments to make for sentencing? So he kind of alluded, and this is paraphrasing. He kind of alluded that he is leaning more towards the sentencing date, which he made it. You know, listen, I've those who have been following me, you'll know my position on this particular judge. And while the law is on the side of Mr. Combs, the judge, in my opinion, might be trying to make a name for himself for whatever reason, because this is the first RICO case of this magnitude that he had to preside over. So you know what my position is. I would be very surprised if this judge departs from what I believe that he's going to do. I would be very surprised. I would be very surprised. See, the thing about this judge that I've seen and how he handles certain things, it came across as kind of bias. And I'll give you an example. When there was a report or a complaint made by the prosecution that Mr. Combs was nodding his head too aggressively in front of the jurors, the judge literally jumped down his throat instead of acknowledging the fact that he was just agreeing with his attorneys. And I mean, he's a human. I mean, I don't think this judge expected Mr. Combs would have a very stoic look on his face throughout the trial when these people are saying the most outrageous things about him with a trumped up charges. We know that to be true because the jurors said, no, not guilty on the RICO, not guilty on the SA trafficking charges, simply Mann Acts. Come on now. Let's be honest here. A lot of you, a lot of you don't feel like, oh, this judge, he's just trying to do his job. He's kind of fair. I don't know. My gut tells me otherwise. It tells me otherwise from experience and watching how these judges signal their position. And a lot of times they are blatant, excuse me. Excuse me. I was eating a little lunch. They are very, very I want to be nice. I want to be nice with this. I don't want to just, I don't want to piss off the judge either, because, still Mr. Combs is, he still has to get a decision rendered. But this judge is very blatant about, the way he's been handling this case, in my opinion. Really. It just feels like that. I'll be honest with you guys. I'll be honest with you. So to that point, I didn't think it was, this right here may have been a little just trying to get the lawyers an opportunity to have some FaceTime with the judge. But I think the judge is pretty much is 10 toes down on what he's going to do. And this is, but we'll wait. We'll wait. I'm not going to blaze the judge right now. I ain't going to blaze him right now. I'm going to see. I'm going to give him benefit of the doubt. Prove me wrong. Prove me wrong. I ain't going to blaze him just yet. But it might come very soon. It might come very soon. He said, well, I'm going to make a ruling quick, very soon. Well, here's the other part. He didn't say, this is a hard decision to make. He didn't say that, I'm torn, I'm listening to everything. He's pretty much said, I'm going to make a decision pretty quickly. So what did I tell you guys? He kind of have his mind made up. Right. I want to agree with you, bless one. Here, I'm gonna agree with you on this one. The other ones, I was like, well, okay, well, that's your opinion, but I'm gonna read this one here. Bless one says on YouTube, she says, one more comment. Combs had never been convicted of anything. Therefore, the time served in probation would suffice in most cases, but media pressure. And I agree, there's pressure there. There's a lot of pressure there. It's a lot of pressure there. But the pressure from who? Where's the pressure coming from? Is it coming from the White House? Is it coming from the old administration? Is it coming from, the only other position, this judge is, pretty much, unless he's trying to get put on another court, appeals court or the Supreme Court, now he got a long way to go to to even be discussed for a Supreme Court appointment. No, I don't see that happening no time soon, sir. But I'm going to tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I sat in the courtroom. I listened to his delivery and what tone he used for the prosecution. That's what we used for the defense. I didn't get a good feeling. I did not get a good feeling. I'm like, Puff, what are you apologizing to this judge for? What are you apologizing for? He denied you bond every twist and turn. Oh yeah, bless one. I agree, because what I did was, bless one, I looked at prior cases he's handled, and he's handled a lot of these essay type cases. And if a person didn't really like to really cover those type of cases or be a part of that type of energy, he would have did something else. But yeah, he might be an activist judge. He might be just an activist judge. Trying to curry favor with, like you said, the elites and women. He might be that guy. He might be that guy because he said some things even during the motion for a bond. Even though I think they was inappropriate because the jurors rendered a decision. They rendered a decision. And what he said had nothing to do with the Mann Act. So I don't know. If I was a betting man, I would say the judge is about to send another disappointing, and I'm not, another disappointing piece of news to Mr. Combs supporters. I will be so surprised. So surprised. So surprised. I'm gonna try to get someone from the family on the phone right now. Let's see if I can get a comment. I want you guys to stand by. Let's see if I can get someone on the phone. Stand by, guys. Oh, you just called me back. Okay. Oh, stand by. Stand by.
Please leave your message for 7.
Hold on a second. Let me text him. He'll be on the phone. Let me text him real quick. Okay. Put it down here. Okay, I know they're gonna call me back. I have my phone on do not disturb. They did try to call me back. So this is kind of in real time. I'm gonna try to get a comment from them. So you guys just stand by, hang in there. And the blessed one, I agree with you. I'm a realist, and I've studied cases for over 25 years. I typically don't get this. This is why I don't get. I rarely get them wrong with these judges now. I'm telling you. These judges kind of telegraph some of their positions. They telegraph their positions. Some of them try to hide it, and others just can't. So I agree with you. There's some pressure coming, and it might not be from the White House, but there's some pressure coming from. Because like everyone has studied this. Everyone that's covering this case have looked at the case law, and nothing that anyone can really rationale that would justify Puffy getting anything less than time served. I'm sorry, I'm getting some responses. Hold on. Let's see here. Try to call me back. I want to see here. Hold on. Okay. Someone's sending me music. They want me to play their music. All right. I tell you what, guys. They just send me music. I don't know if I play this. Actually, I didn't even preview this music. I didn't preview it. Let's see here. I don't know if I want to preview it right now. I might be disappointed, and then the world will be disappointed that I played something that they were disappointed. They said, "What the heck are you playing this for?" Let's see here. Bless, bless you. You know, hit it on. You hit the nail on the head. Bless, you know what it is. You gotta be very careful. I don't like to be on the. I know we have First Amendment rights and say, but there are some people that be feeling kind of uncomfortable. Oh my goodness! I know he didn't say that. I know he didn't say that. This guy had me in the whole song. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the only one in America that wrote a song that included this judge in the song. I did that. I did that. I thought it was necessary. As I was scribing my song, I said, I have to put this judge in the song. I want this song to be a part of American history. And the song is trending on Apple Music, iHeartRadio, across all the platforms. Yes. And shout out to my incredible artists, the production team. But the song is all mine. It's mine. I own it. Wait till you see who's getting on the song. Wait till you see who's getting on the song. Oh my goodness. Hold on a second. Let me try them again real quickly. Hold on a second. Yeah. Oh, what is making that kind of sound? Hold on. Is this one calling me? Hold on. I hit the wrong one. What you got going on over there? Oh, let me hit the right one here. Okay. We can't be doxing nobody. Yeah, be writing the numbers down. Right, indeed, feds are always watching. Not just the feds. You got ops out there. They're not even federal connected. They're ops. The opposition. They've been doing that. Listen, I sit in trials. I see how they make cases just off of social media. It's easy. People tell on themselves. They out there telling on themselves. Hold on a second, guys. Let me see what I got here. Hold on. Let's see, we got something here. Okay, no. They didn't make a statement. Okay. We're going to wait. We'll give them a few minutes because they know I'm trying to call. So they know. They might say, he's live right now. He's live right now. Guys, stand by.
person you have dialed.
Charlucci, I am on doing my show right now. I just wanted to get some, some feedback on what you think. How you did today? What do you think? Okay, 5 minutes. Okay, all right. All right, guys. That is Charlucci, who is friend of the family, very close friend of Sean Combs, and I wanted to get some feedback from him. He'll call me right back. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you hear the sound of my voice. Put a 1 in the chat. I'm hearing a little feedback here. Stand by. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, John L. Thank you, D. Thank you. Okay, I got my reporter on the ground. Stand by. Let's see if we can get. Okay, I just sent them a text. They may be doing their update. Let me call. Hey, Java. Hey, how you doing? Listen, I'm live right now doing my show. I know you were in the courtroom this morning. How did it go?
Well, it was a lot of talk about prostitution and what the definition of prostitution is, and whether you have to have a financial motive to be guilty of prostitution or have it be a commercial enterprise.
What?
And
I'm sorry.
because basically they're trying to argue to get the prostitution charges dropped or have a new trial. They also argue that Diddy is an amateur porn director.
Okay, so that's protected under the First Amendment. Pornography is protected under the First Amendment. He directly didn't benefit from indirectly he might have benefited because obviously some Voyager stuff going on. What type of energy did you get from the prosecution as far as they trying to fight against the an acquittal or a reversal of the jury's decision?
Wait, what was the question?
I'm sorry, that was kind of compounded. Okay, what was and I believe it was prosecutor Slavic who argued for the government, correct?
Yes, I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Who do you think made a better argument from your position?
Did they make a good argument?
Who do you think did the best in the argument, the prosecution or the defense?
Well, the government is saying, oh, this is regulating prostitution is of governmental interest because of secondary effects like violence towards women and sexual assault. And the defense is arguing that this is behind closed doors, personal stuff, and that you have a First Amendment right to watch porn and also watch live porn. And it doesn't, and the government is like, it's even more important because it's behind closed doors, and that's why it's important to bring this to light or whatever. And
Also, it sounds like the government is trying to do something that Congress hasn't done in trying to clamp down on pornography when it's quite obvious it's all over the place. What kind of feel did you get from the judge in his questioning of both sides? Could you glean from his?
he asked some interesting questions. Like he asked, would you consider what if a porn director, for instance, that had actors for a porn film and transported them to another state to shoot the porn film, and so they had sex, obviously, would that be considered trafficking by these laws and principles?
Mm.
And that's where the government is trying to argue that he's nothing like an amateur porn director or somebody creating legal content or whatever. It's that actual sex crimes.
So with that theory, if Puffy, Mr. Combs, had a licensed business to do porn, then it's acceptable by the government. That's kind of hypocritical, don't you think?
Well, the other question, but then the judge also asked a question, and he said, if a businessman takes one of his clients out and pays for a prostitute for his client, not out of any motivation for financial gain for himself to curry favor with his client, would the defense consider that to be prostitution? And the defense said no. So they're kind of trying to argue that, it doesn't matter who paid for the escorts and that the women were paying for the escorts, and that there's a kind of weird thing about who having motivational and having a financial motivation in purchasing or engaging in prostitution, and just in how you actually pay for it.
Oh, this is. I mean, just listening to that, and those are good questions, and I'll tell you why for the last one. If you look at this businessman who's always trying to curry favor with his client, he is getting some kind of gratification. Could be financial, it could be. I mean,
I thought about that too, but it's not like he's directly. It's not like he's prostituting. Like if it's legal, because I wondered about that too. Though, if it's legal to purchase, to pay for prostitution, then
Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly. So, and here, let's look at it this way. He's in. If this case, if that question was asked in, well, it's federal, but if he did that in Vegas, if you know, if for example, he was in Vegas, he flew someone from New York to Vegas, where that's legal, then. But is he still a pimp? No, he's just someone who's he's just spending his money to help someone enjoy themselves.
It's only illegal in Las Vegas.
I think I don't know. I haven't paid for prostitution, so I really don't know. I'll check my credit card, make sure nothing like that's on my credit card either. I'm just kidding. But in Vegas in Vegas I believe it is legal. Yeah, because it's legal in Vegas. I don't know of any other jurisdiction, but it's legal in Vegas. It sounds like the judge in the questions he asked is more favorable to the defense, wouldn't you say?
Well, let's see. The first, yeah, I mean, it kind of it makes it strange, but then again, it's like I'm not sure because I would assume purchasing prostitution and like being a part of engaging or funding prostitution are different charges, and I'm not sure where exactly. I don't know. I mean, I'm seeing it kind of saying like in 1910, like the law for prostitution was made in 1910, and it contained the language that it was a married woman who engaged in sex for hire outside of her marriage, and then they only recently changed the law or something. But the judge kept saying sex for hire.
Sex for hire. Sex for hire. Prostitution is sex for hire. I don't.
Still kind of vague.
This might
I
be.
guess there's just a lot of different little legal contingents about the different definition of prostitution. And they both have cases where it was defined this way or that way or whatever.
Well, the judge did say at the conclusion that he would make a decision quick. Correct? Is that correct?
I don't think he said that.
Not verbatim, but he said he will have it. Just from what I'm seeing online, he said that he'll have a decision relatively soon. But you were in the courtroom, so.
Yeah, I don't feel like he really said. He said, "See you next Friday." You know, are you going to be here for the session?
Absolutely.
Okay.
So he said, "See you next Friday." So that says it all. I mean, next Friday is sentencing. So he alluded to see you next Friday. That's telling. Ladies and gentlemen, put a 1 in the chat if you believe that "see you next Friday" means that he's going to rule against the defense. Ladies and gentlemen, Java is a sketch artist, and she's been sketching throughout the trial. I sat next to her many times and watched her great work. Java, did you sketch anything today?
Yeah, I did. But yeah, I did. I didn't get to use my paper that I wanted to use, but I got something. You know, it was short.
Okay, let me see some of it later. Okay, let me see some of it. Well, Java, thank you. I appreciate you taking the call. I know you're trying to deal with the rain and head back to your back home or wherever you're going to be going. But I'll see you on Friday. I'll definitely see you on Friday.
Yeah, I was just picking up the phone to say, "Where are you?" But
Absolutely. Thank you, Java. I appreciate you.
Okay, talk to you soon.
All right now. Bye-bye. All right, guys. So what can you guys glean from that, ladies and gentlemen? What can you glean from that? Okay, also, put a 1 in the chat if you want me to get on screen. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to see my face today. Because otherwise, it's just going to be audio. I've been working out. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Okay, D says sex for hire legal in Vegas. Sex for hire. Let's see here. I don't know how my camera is. Hold on. Okay, let me see if I can get over here. Let me see if I can bring myself up here. Oh my goodness. Let's see here. Hey family, how you doing out there? Okay, hold on. I did all that screaming. I got the judge's picture up here. Hold on. Hey. Let me get this picture out of here. Let me get this thing out of here. Okay, let me get this picture out of here. Hey, you see me over there? See me over there? All right, guys. I'm back. All right. Oh, my light. Oh, I'm all bright and everything. Wait, hold on. This is too bright. Let me turn this. Wait, hold on. You got me looking like a ghost. We gotta turn this down. Hold on. We gotta turn this down some, guys. I got all this great lighting. I got too much great lighting. Okay, hold on. Oh my goodness. Mm-mm-mm. See, I've been working out, guys. Got me looking like a white guy. We're gonna fix that, guys. Stand by. We're gonna fix that lighting. This is too much lighting here. Stand by. Hey, I'm back. Hold on. Let's see it. Oh my goodness, that me look like a white guy. Oh no. Here we go. Okay. Now you got me looking. Okay. All right, guys, I'm back. Okay. So I'm trying to get feedback from a few people. They were in the courtroom. They were looking for me, but I had to decide whether or not it was worth me being there today, knowing what I know and what I feel about this process and how I thought it was going to go. And it went pretty much like I thought. But the telling thing, what Java said to me was towards the end. She said that the judge said, see you guys next Friday. So what does that mean? See you guys next Friday means it's still going down next Friday. It's going down next Friday, ladies and gentlemen. It's going down. So I think they make a good, this is a good argument for the Supreme Court. This is a good argument because this may set a precedent how these type of cases are dealt with. Because, they got Sean Combs today, but then there's going to be someone else that don't look like Sean Combs that may be caught up in this web as well. And they may not have it, they may have it even, let's just see, worse outcome. And let's be honest. this is a heavy-handed approach to these Mann Acts. Does appear like it's a heavy-handed approach, and I don't know if this judge is going to, like Bless One said, bow to the pressure of these women groups, and she said elites. They're elites who pay for prostitution. And none of the dancers or the entertainers or the two participants were charged with anything because Puff has a lot of money. He can afford this. It's kind of strange here. They knew going in with this racketeering and all these other to SA accounts. They knew that with the Mann Act, if they're trying to go for prostitution, it wasn't forced prostitution because the jurors already said it wasn't trafficking. But now they want to make an example out of him. They want to stop prostitution at this level. These are adults. They're pornography. All their websites dedicated to this type of behavior. So if he didn't have a business license to do this, I don't understand what the hell's going on here. I don't know. It's almost like alcohol, and how it was, during Prohibition. People were selling bootlegging alcohol, but the minute it was accepted, everyone was making money off of it. Oh, clearly they definitely already made an example out of him. I agree, and we're talking to D. For those on YouTube, we're talking to D over here on YouTube. For those on Twitter, hold on. I want to get one other person here. Let me just get this other person. I think I got some kind of feedback. I don't know if it's my headphones or what's standby. Let me check my cables. Get some kind of feedback. Hold on. Get some feedback here. Stand by. I don't know if you guys hear the feedback, but I'm getting some feedback here. Hopefully you're not hearing it. I think you are hearing it. Let me see if I get someone else that was in courtroom get their point of view. Let's see here. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by. I have to go to this other case we're monitoring, and that is the case involving, Mr. Connolly. Hold on. Let's see if we can bring him up, bring him back. Okay, so let me explain what's happening here. The judge is not on the bench, but the camera's rolling. Now they know they're not supposed to do that. Okay, because it kind of picks up the sound from the prosecutor, and because the prosecutor's close to the camera in this situation. But maybe the judge is going to be walking out relatively quick. Let's see. Let's see. Stand by. Stand by.
What's that? Yeah, you noticed.
I think the TV's going bad. I think the TV's going bad. If you need a bar, yeah, if you got a bar, it has power. It's all plugged into the back. That's what I'm saying.
Hmm.
It might not work. Yeah. Video people.
Okay, so we're ear hustling right now. This is coming from courtroom 1D in Fulton County, where the jurors will be getting the instructions from the judge if that hasn't happened already. Um, and I don't think it's happened yet because the cameras wouldn't be on. Um, I suspect that the judge will be taking the bench in a few minutes to give jurors instructions, and then the jurors get the case. I'm guessing this case will probably have a okay. Okay. So they killed the sound, which is good, but technically speaking, from this county, you don't have cameras rolling when the judge is not on the bench. But I guess it's okay if you have it to seal. But the sound is pretty much what they're concerned about, picking up sound. Why did I know this? I do this. This is what I do. I'm just not certain that the person that they have is the right person, because listening to the testimony yesterday of the young lady that was out there in the parking lot when shots fired. She said that she saw other individuals. Now, here's the other thing. This is something the jurors might be thinking about. While she can be accurate, she saw that two people firing their gun, but also he could have been firing his gun as well, because from the testimony of the lead detective, there were a lot of gun casings in the area, and that people were picking up gun casings from multiple type of guns or firearms. So I don't know if this 19, well, he was 19 years old at the time. They go Mr. Hoover, Sean Hoover. Meant to tell you guys, Sean Hoover has been having some. Sean Hoover is the attorney who's represented some very high, well, I won't say high profile clients, but there have been high profile cases or media cases, and he's been on this case. He was a part of the cash out case. He's also part of the Ernest Williams case that's coming up next month, I believe. So he's been handling some very high profile cases. He's on this one. This one here, I think this one here is, see, these jurors remember what happened in 2020. And if the police department, the APD, didn't allow an autonomy zone to be established, they bear some of the the responsibility. While they didn't, the cops didn't fire the gun. At least I hope not. I have no reason to believe they did. But they had a duty and a responsibility to make sure the citizens in that community was protected. They have the training. They have the manpower. They knew what the climate was. And I would argue that they probably had someone out there at some point in time monitoring the situation, because I was going back and forth. I want to get one of the attorneys on the phone that is a part of this case. It's this case, but not this case, but a part of because there's a civil case as well. There's a civil case that will follow this trial. And also there's an attorney that represents the Wendy's restaurant that has been sitting in that courtroom throughout the trial. So I want to see what their position is. And I think some will argue that because the city basically gave the power to the people, and this is what happened, while this was no official charter that, hey, we're establishing something that the community is now responsible for their own community. And we got to do a deep dive with that. When is it okay for the citizens to take up arms to protect their community? And what are some of the parameters that should be established in doing that? Because back when I was coming up, we took care of our community. We made sure we knew who was coming in the community causing problems. And we made sure that we got them out of the community to cause no more problems. But it was in New York. We didn't use firearms. I came up in a different era than a lot of you have. There were firearms there, but you wouldn't see it unless it was necessary. It wasn't. People weren't walking around with long arm firearms patrolling the community. Let's be honest, it may get to that. It may get to that based on what's happening in this country right now. It may get to that, but that wasn't the case back then. And at minimum, the city's learned a valuable and painful lesson that you just can't cede the power to untrained people, or it has to be something established, because everyone doesn't. The way they were firing those weapons out there that night, anyone could have caught a bullet. Anyone could. Bullets don't have eyes, and sadly, Shakur Turner was struck by those bullets by someone that was irresponsible. And I would argue that anyone who fired the gun that night was irresponsible. Judges on the bench, we should get sound in a second. Okay. Just waiting for the cameraman to turn his sound on. It has nothing to do with me. It's the cameraman. Maybe he'll realize. Oh, here we go.
Let me do the math. Oh, it was, yeah. 115. It was definitely 150. Okay, and then 208 is when we started. So let's say 3 minutes each. That would leave. I think she's right. Okay, first things first, I want to make sure that we don't steal time from your closing because we stopped repeatedly. It looks to the court like you have about 11 minutes left. Anybody disagree with that? Looks to me like she's got about 11 minutes left. From when we cut off, or the, okay. Around 11 minutes too, okay.
Okay.
So that case was
Okay, so
close, but not quite. And I'm glad you brought it to the court's attention. It's good information. I think under different circumstances, in this situation, if the rendering had just been showed to the defense, the court may have admitted it over the defense's objection with proper instruction to the jury. But because it was not offered prior and we didn't have that discussion, I think out of an abundance of caution, we're not going to play it for the jury. I'm going to just give this instruction and you'll be allowed to just continue your argument. A computer rendering of the state's theory of how events in this case might have occurred was played several minutes ago. This was not evidence in this case and was merely an illustration of the state's theory of the case. You are not to consider this computer rendering as evidence in this case. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence. You are to base your deliberations and decision in this case on the evidence that was admitted in trial only. Anything else that you would like me to say?
Oh, that's a problem. Yes, I agree.
I believe it's improper. Earlier, when Detective Shepard says some things that were improper in the court, inserted the word improper into its instruction to the jury. I think the jury should be told that that was improper. And secondly, what I would characterize as what lawyers say is not evidence. I'm lumped into that bag with them. They did something that was improper, and I don't know that we need to do a both sides thing in terms of what lawyers say, in terms of what all of us say is not evidence. That is factual, but the situation that compels this instruction is something the state did, and I think the jury should be told what the state did again was improper, and disregard that and place.
I agree. I totally agree.
It's improper for the state to be able to argue our theory of the case and have more occur than. So calling it improper, I don't think it's a good.
It is highly improper. It wasn't played as evidence.
And they can decide. I don't believe that's how them shots got into the car. I do believe it's up to them. For me, illustrating it is no less than, like I said, you wheeling a car
You're okay.
and pointing at it right here in open court. Like, that's nothing that I would be able to put before Mr. Radius and Mr. Hoover prior to us starting, and there's nothing that prevents us from doing it, because it does not have to be entered into evidence, because it is not evidence. It is the state's argument, it is the state's theory.
And if I recall, I saw the word evidence at some point. Under the heading of physical evidence, it was under the state's own heading of this is evidence.
There was no heading on that slide.
Perhaps not that slide, but it was billed as whatever the case may be.
Well, they can have a heading on a slide that lists the evidence that says evidence.
But that should not have been listed as evidence. When I'm making mine.
And it was not on the slide, there's no heading on it.
Okay.
And it's not even illustrative of the state's theory. Detective Shepard said the shooter was stationary. That was a graphic showing a moving shooter. So it wasn't shown to us, and it's inconsistent with our witnesses' testimony as to what occurred.
Okay.
It's wrong on a lot of levels.
Well, it's not wrong on the video, because he's shown moving on the video.
Okay, I understand everyone's frustration. This is a situation that could have been handled prior to closing arguments. So,
Yes.
so I'm going to go ahead and give an instruction on this, and motion for mistrial was denied. Anything else that you want to put on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would actually like the instruction read, once the jury comes back in with the charges. Well, I think because of how inflammatory the state just did.
Oh, that was dirty trick. That was a dirty trick there. Why are you bringing renderings? Which you
Part of the
believe?
pattern charge, there's extensive information about in the pattern charge about attorney's comments not being.
Well, this was a visual, audio
We can
visual.
pick that up after we finish closing. We're ready.
Oh my goodness.
Is that the instruction, or have you changed it? Have you modified it? I'd like to hear the instruction if I may, Your Honor.
That's fine. Yeah, I think I've said you are not to consider this computer rendering as evidence in the case. I am happy to make it you are not to consider this computer rendering.
No, that wasn't
It's
it.
closer to what you were hoping I would say.
No, that wasn't it. Judge, he wants you to say
I'm not going to say that it
it was
was
improper.
improper.
It was improper. Judge, it was improper.
I think under other circumstances, that video could have come in under the right process.
Under the right
Well,
process.
then
Otherwise, it's
there's
improper.
not rules of evidence about how to do that.
Wow.
Okay. We're ready for him.
Oh, boy. And it definitely going to appeal that. If they convict them, they got to poll the jurors. They have to poll the jurors to see what piece of the case swayed them.
Okay, remember you got 11 minutes left. You had 14? Sorry. Let's see, what does Madam Court Reporter have?
You waiting back, Your Honor.
You guys doing that?
She started off with an hour and 6 minutes. She started off with an hour and 6 minutes left.
All right, the jury. Judge, that kind of question.
Okay, members of the jury, we're about to resume closing arguments. I need to give you this quick instruction. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you. I need to speak into the microphone for you. A computer rendering of the state's theory of how events in this case might have occurred was played several minutes ago before the break. This was not evidence in the case and was merely an illustration of the state's theory of the case. You are not to consider this computer rendering. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence. You are to base your deliberations and decision in this case on the evidence that was admitted in trial only. Okay, you can resume your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you remember in the video where you can see the defendant step up and move along the left side of that car, firing shots into it, and then the evidence indicates there are 8 shots in it, following that pattern that the defendant took as that truck passed by. Then you had the shell casings that you saw from the crime scene tech. Each and every one of them that landed there, that's on that side where that Jeep passed by, 556, 556. And what did Ms. Van Home tell you? That's consistent with being fired from the AR-15. 8 shots, 7 shell casings, 7 of them are 556, all shot from the same weapon, right in the area where this incident occurred. And there was some rumbling about shooting from the car, but there's no evidence. Mr. Reagan's talking about humidity and all that stuff, but there's no evidence of that. The only evidence is that this defendant walked up to that car and fired off 8 rounds into that car and then caused the death of security attorney. And we talked about the man in the black walking down the yellow, well, all the way to the barricade. He's furthest away. So we know, that's a safe theory, that that is not the bullet that went into the back of the car and killed Security. The next guy that's in all black, he's walking along the yellow line, and what's found where he is, a 38 projectile. And then there's none at that back barricade, so we know nobody back there was shooting. We know the only person that was shooting, where these muzzle shots are coming out, is the defendant with his light pants on and his dark shirt and that muzzle flash coming out of his while these 3 people stand back here doing nothing. The scientific evidence, the way that trunk through the back of the seat, through the outside of the seat, into Sequoia. And like I said, they failed to mention that, so I'm not going to waste my time on it because they know it's foolish to me. 556 shell casings, 556 projectile, type of weapon that can fire, 556 AR-15. The only thing we ain't got to give you is the AR-15, because what did Ms. Van Helm tell you? I can look at it and I can test against the weapon and I can determine that whether or not it is a metal weapon or I can eliminate it. If I had it for you, I would give it to you, but I don't. The medical examiner. And I know it was hard looking at these pictures, ladies and gentlemen. I've been doing this a long time, and it's difficult each and every time because nobody should have to look at a baby laid out on the table with a gaping bullet wound in the back of her. But the only person that is responsible for causing that wound back there sits right there. That's on him. Went through her body with so much pressure and so much force, it starts to break apart. We have everything but that gun to be able to tell you this is exactly the gun that did it, because we know all of those 556 shell casings came from the exact same weapon. Don't believe me, don't believe the videos, don't believe the physical evidence, don't believe the science if you don't want to, ladies. Just believe him. My grandmother always told me, when somebody tell you who they are, believe them. When they show you who they are, believe them. And this defendant has shown us who he is and what he is capable of over and over again. Cobb County with his red bandana, his gang tattoos, his gang language, burn it down. ARs everywhere, every photograph he got with his AR. Pointing it at people, terrorizing people, allowing a community to be locked down because he decided, I'm claiming this as my gang territory. And when he shoots that baby, where he go? Over on edge with his AR-15, still dangling between his legs. But when he shows up to say, oh, that's me, what's conveniently gone? One of those distinctive markers, those twists. He's trying to change, he's trying to hide. But ladies and gentlemen, y'all tell him he cannot hide. He is no longer in the shadows. You see him clearly as who he is. He may sit over there with a suit on, with his haircut, looking nice, but that's not who he is. He is a killer. We saw that in his video at the jail. August 5th, 2025. Just days before this started. This is what he's doing. What is his words? I empower.
Don't play with him. Yo.
If I tell you, if I show you, believe it. This is who I am. What he got on him? His gun. Because where he don't go, we don't link up without our sticks. He tells you I had an AR-15. He tells you I was at the barricade. If he don't, even though he don't tell you he shoot, I told you, party of a crime, he is just as guilty. But we know that that is a lie. He shot 8 times into that vehicle. But see, he didn't know the story. He didn't know that Detective Shepard had those videos. He thought I could step out and say, oh, it was me. He didn't realize it. So what did he do? He lied. Mr. Reagan's want to talk about lies? That's what that defendant has done. He lied. He got up there. Somebody was hit. Y'all seen that video. Not one person was hit. Not one person hit the ground and jumped up and started shooting. A lie. He said he wasn't shooting. Muzzle shot after muzzle shot. He lied to his attorney because Jackie Patterson only repeated what the defendant told him because he wasn't out there. He hadn't seen no videos. He's a liar and a killer. That's what his autobiography tells you. And what does he say? After he sees this, I'm going down the road, I ain't shooting. I ain't even have a gun. Lies. What did he say when they posted the bolo on McKinney? I was out there, bro. Bro ain't even shooting. He's talking about McKinney. Every man out there was shooting at the car. He the only end that walked to the store. It happened at the burnt down Wendy's. Everybody was shooting but McKinney. That included him. He told y'all he was shooting because everybody out there was shooting. But he's the one that shot and killed Sequoia Turner. Every piece of evidence the state has brought points to this defendant's guilt. The law, the eyewitnesses, the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, the defendant's own actions. And ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to use your common sense. And when you use your common sense, it leads to no other road than the defendant's guilt. Now, we've talked about him for days now. This case is about Sequoia Turner, 8 years old, just riding in the backseat of the car with her mom, coming from celebrating the 4th of July, having fun with her family, her friends, playing with her cousins, watching fireworks for the night. She was having so much fun. What did her mom tell you? She didn't want it to end. I want to go hang out with my cousins. And her mom was trying to make that happen as they headed down University. Nobody knew that day that that was going to be the last time that Charmaine got to go to the nail shop with her baby. That was going to be the last time that Sequoia got to go to a barbecue and a cookout with her grandmother and her cousins. That was going to be the last time that she got to play with fireworks. That was going to be the last time she got to call to play with TikTok, because we know that's what she liked to do, make her TikTok videos. And that's what she was doing back then. And nobody knew it was going to be the last time that she got to call out her mother's name. 8 years old. It is not fair. It is senseless and it is unnecessary. But the defendant wanted to stake his claim. 4th of July is supposed to be about celebrating with your family. For Sequoia Turner's family, forever now. 4th of July is not about celebrating. It's about grief and it's about mourning. This coming November, Sequoia would have turned 13 years old. A milestone for young kids, especially little girls. She will never get to reach that milestone. Mr. Reagan told you that the defendant was making dumb decisions because he was 19. Sequoia will never have an opportunity to make dumb decisions as teenagers do. Her mom told you how she wanted to go to Spelman, and Mr. Reagan told you how his girls got to go to their HBCU. Sequoia will never get to go to Spelman because of this defendant. Hopefully one young girl will get to go because they have a scholarship in her name. Now, Mr. Reagan talked about Ahmaud Arbery. I am from Brunswick, Georgia. I live one neighborhood over from the neighborhood where Ahmaud was killed. I went to church with his aunts. So I know what it feels like to have someone in your community taken because of senseless violence. In his honor, they do a 2.23 mile run because those are the last miles that he got to run that day. For George Floyd, they have a moment of silence for him. 8 minutes and 46 seconds, because those were the last minutes of his life. Some point, hopefully, not just a scholarship, but maybe 8 minutes of silence for Sequoia for the 8 years of her life, or the 8 bullets that flew into that car and took her life. That's what we can do for her in the future. But today is a day that you can give this family the justice that they finally deserve. Mr. Reagan talks about 9 days of rush to judgment and rush to judgment. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a slow crawl to justice for Sequoia and her family. They have waited 5 long years, 1 month and 22 days. I ask that you don't make them wait 1 more day, 1 more hour, 1 more minute. Tell this defendant what he already knew when he stood up at that press conference. He is guilty, guilty, guilty of each and every charge on that indictment. Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury. My instruction to you is going to take about 45 minutes. Would you like to keep before you give the instructions? Okay. We ordered food for you. Just to make sure that you don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't do any research. Don't look at your phones. Don't talk about closing arguments. Just eat lunch, and we'll come back to the jury.
All right, so jury.
All right. Fiery closing by prosecutor Deja.
You can eat quick? Okay, that's fine. You let us know. We're at your beck and call. You think about 15 minutes? Okay.
Taking another break. All right, 15-minute break, and then the judge is going to give the closing on the instructions. Closing arguments have been completed. Again, a very fiery closing argument by prosecutor Deja. But do they have the right person? That is the question the jurors are going to have to decide. Do they have the right person? For those who are joining in, this is the trial of Ben Conley, who has been charged with the murder of Sequoia Turner, as well as gang-related charges. Now, here's the problem I have. How did this become gang-related when he, along with many others, were there to protect the community? I don't know how this became a gang-related case. And I think that's going to be a problem. I don't think they're going to come back with a guilty verdict as a gang-related case, because the people in the community obviously knew he was there along with the other people who had firearms. I was in the community. Others were in the community. I was in there as a journalist, but I was still nevertheless in the community. I wasn't brandishing firearms, but when they had a level of threat that someone or others were trying to come into the community to harm the community, they took up arms. Unfortunately, hold on, guys. Let me get back on screen. Unfortunately, Sequoia Turner lost her life because someone fired into their vehicle. Someone fired to their vehicle. And here's my thinking. Someone was upset that they crossed this erected barricade and maybe felt, quote unquote, disrespected. But disrespected doesn't mean you fire your firearm into a car when you don't know who the occupants were. And even though I believe whoever shot into that car didn't know a child was in the car, why are you firing into the car anyway if you weren't fired upon? If your vehicle wasn't being used, if the vehicle wasn't being used as a weapon, why are you firing into the car? No one's come to testify in this case who said the vehicle driven by Miss Turner's the mother of Security Turner's boyfriend at the time, no one said that he hit them or attempted to hit them. He simply went around the barricade that was erected. So was this a thing of feeling disrespected from crossing this barricade that wasn't legally allowed to be in that street? Everyone started firing. No one asked the question, hey, what is he firing for? Why is he firing? Why is he firing? Did they think it was someone that was in that vehicle was going to do harm? Could they not see inside the car? So, and the question is, do they have the right person? The mother wants justice. The district attorney, led by District Attorney Fonnie Willis, wants the family to get justice. But the question is, did they get the right person? Or is there a killer on the loose? That's the question that we have to wonder. Is there a killer on the loose? The lead detective felt very strong about him having the right person. He felt very strong about that. And something I didn't see in the video, and there were several videos shown, I didn't see where Mr. Connolly, who wore the red top with the white inscription on it and blue jeans, where else was he in the video but in that first barricade? Where else would he have been? Because here's the other thing. They don't have his gun. And I think the problem going to be for him is his gun allegedly was stolen. The gun that the prosecutor said was used in the crime, the murder of Security Turner, happens to be stolen. A long gun stolen out your vehicle. How would that have happened in any normal circumstance if you secure your weapon out of the view of anyone? Who knew you had was in the trunk? Did they pop your trunk and decide that you had? Jurors are going to have a problem with that. I'm sure they are. And then doing a press conference with another attorney to say it wasn't you, but you knew who did it. But you don't provide a lead for the cops to investigate. You knew who did it, but it wasn't you. That's a problem as well. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, jurors will be back in the next 10 minutes and the judge will read the instructions. But we have covered portions of the hearing for Mr. Combs, and I'm going to play something that was just sent to me. I want you guys to listen. I'm going to play something that was sent to me here. And this is from someone who was covering the trial.
Diddy girl, it is a pregnant girl. Her mom was out today. And then all of a sudden, Diddy walks in. He walks in, and I'm like, why is Diddy wearing Yeezy Season 5? And then I realized that's a gel outfit. Diddy was wearing a gel outfit. He looks at his family, he spots his twins, they're wearing the matching headband, and he says, hi, you guys look so good. He sits down, kind of waves to people. And then I'm looking around, it's all the same people, we're all just here.
Okay, so that is Emily knows it all. Who Emily was out there with the rest of us covering the trial. So what we learned is Teeny Garagos is pregnant. She is a woman expecting. Wow, that was a good catch, Emily. We also learned that Emily has Botox. Emily has Botox. Okay, I didn't know. I got to compare because I'm taking pictures of Emily, so I got to compare my photos. I'm trying to get her on the phone as well. So now let me explain something she said. Diddy had his prison garbs on, not prison, jail garbs on. Well, that is typically the case if he's not on trial. He is convicted of the Mann Act. There's not a new trial yet. We don't know if it's going to be one, but that's typically what the protocol is, that they dress you out if you're on trial. If you're not on trial, they put you in, and this is how he was dressed for those who don't know prior to the trial starting. So they just dressed him out for the trial. Because if you guys remember in the very beginning, like in May, I want to say the first week of May, or maybe in April, the judge signed an order of 5 pair of items, well, 5 pair of sweaters, pants, things he can have for the trial. They done since pulled that stuff and sent it back home. So that's not something that is unheard. And although Charlucci was surprised that Diddy wasn't dressed out. And I'm gonna get his comment about that. I'm gonna get his comment about that. I know he owed me a phone call. Let me call Charlucci real quickly. Let's see here. Guys, put a 1 in the chat if you're hearing the sound of my voice. Put a 1 in the chat. I also talked to publicist. She has the flu, so she wasn't able to be there today. But she's still working, but she has the flu, and we don't want to come in and get anyone else sick. So I get it. Okay, he typically picks up on the 3rd ring. Let me just send him a text. Or better yet, I do have. I'm gonna play the audio. I'm gonna play the audio. Stand by. Of Charlucci. Here we go. Okay, so here Charlucci said he was surprised that Diddy was wearing his Emily's thought it was Yeezys because Yeezy had I think Yeezys had like a, I don't know if that's part of his collection. Somebody could probably tell me. Did he have like a part of his collection like a jail type outfit or something like that? Because I know that they had something. So one of the designs had something like that maybe last year or 2 years ago. But he was surprised that Diddy wasn't dressed out. But this was a hearing, a post conviction hearing. So they typically don't dress you out unless you're actually going to be in front of jurors, because you don't want jurors to have a adverse opinion about you before your case is being brought in front of the court. So that's normal practice. Nothing surprising there. Nothing at all surprising there. Sorry, guys. And then Emily has some. Let's see. Brian still walks in. Hold on. And Brian. So Brian still arrives to court today with Xavier Donaldson. Miss Westmoreland is nowhere in sight. I don't know if Miss Westmoreland showed up, but I'm sure that there will be a full court press as it relates to the attorney showing up on Friday. This is, everyone didn't need to be there for this argument. I don't think we had even, who else would be missing? Jason Driscoll. I don't believe he was there. He might have been there, but we know the key people that need to be there: Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Igniflio, Mr. Still, and Xavier Donaldson. Mr. Donaldson was there. So if there were other people there, I'm sure I'll get the intel, and I'll have the transcript later on this evening, guys. The transcript is not ready, but I'll have it this evening. So if you guys are interested in what the details were that came out of the court verbatim from both sides and the judge, I will have the transcript this evening. And I'll bring it to you the moment I have it in my possession. I'll be making an appearance. For those who don't know, I was on Court TV. I want to say it was yesterday. I was on the morning show, and I will be on Court TV on Friday as well. So if you guys are following Court TV, go ahead and look up my appearance. I think I might have a clip of my appearance on Court TV as well. So I'll pull that up. I didn't post it. I'll be making these appearances on different shows, but I don't really be posting it. I actually don't give it. I haven't gotten around to it, but I will see if I can pull the clip up. See if I have the clip here. Well, let's see. Okay. And someone just sent me a message. Let me just pull that up here. Okay. Hold on. Let's see what we got here. Go to the email, pull it up. Let's see. Let's get that clip. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let's see if I can bring this up here. Okay. We have another clip, ladies and gentlemen. We have another clip. Let's see here. Like that. We're going to bring this other clip up. Let's see which one we got. We got this one. All right, here we go. Okay, shout out to my buddy Julie Grant. I have two buddies. We're gonna bring this up. Here. Let's go, guys. Here we go. I'm gonna share this with you right now. This is a Hip Hop Inquirer exclusive. Not really exclusive. It's on Court TV already, but let me play it. Here we go.
And his legal team certainly had reason to celebrate after he was acquitted of racketeering and sex trafficking charges in July. Where he'll return to the courtroom is coming up soon, October the 3rd. And what will happen remains in the balance. So Combs' legal team, they're asking the judge to sentence him to no more than 14 months in prison for his convictions on 2 lower-level prostitution-related charges. And because he served so much time ahead of the case going to trial, that could allow him to walk out of federal custody almost immediately after his sentencing. Combs' defense team had this to say in a writing to the court, quote, Mr. Combs' celebrity status in the realms of music, fashion, spirits, media, and finance has been shattered, and Mr. Combs' legacy has been destroyed. Goes on to say that Combs has served over a year in one of the most notorious jails in America, yet has made the most of that punishment. It's time for Mr. Combs to go home to his family so he can continue his treatment and try to make the most of the next chapter of his extraordinary.
Hold on, guys. Before I continue playing this, I need you guys to hit the thumbs up. We have literally 15, almost 1,500 people, over 1,500 people on Twitter right now. I need you guys to hit the thumbs up. Come up in here. Come up in here. Hit that thumbs up, ladies and gentlemen. Hit that thumbs up. And if you're on Twitter, come on to YouTube and make sure you're following me on YouTube. You know, because I haven't been on YouTube in a while. We got to get those numbers back up. I haven't been on YouTube in a while. But I need you guys to come on over here to YouTube at Mr. Dennis Barnes. Somebody post my link to my YouTube channel. And for the people on Twitter, post a link to at Mr. Dennis Barnes on YouTube. I will be posting this on YouTube as well. But let's go ahead and play the clip. Let's go.
Ordinary life, end quote. Now, the federal prosecutors have stated that they will be urging the court to keep Combs locked up for a number of years. So we're asking this morning, will Diddy get time served? Let's talk about it. Still with me, high-profile criminal defense attorney Don Malarsic, and want to welcome in the editor-in-chief of the Hip Hop Inquirer, somebody who watched every single day of this trial in the courtroom, Dennis Byron. Great to see you both on this. Okay, so let's start with the idea that he could potentially walk out if he gets time served. And Don, with this being a legal question, I want to start with you here, please, because I don't want everybody to think of him as Diddy. He's any other defendant, is he not, when it comes to how he should be treated in a court of law in America?
Well, Julie, yes and no. And here's what I mean by that, right? He is treated just like everybody else, but the court, one of the requirements of the court is to take a look at, the history and characteristics of the defendant. And the defense did a great job in their sentencing memo of pointing out, who Sean Combs is. He has some very significant mental health issues. He has obviously a substance abuse history. He also has incredible ties to his family, his children, and defense did a really good job of highlighting his employment career, his extraordinary life, as well as his good charitable works. I mean, those are sentencing factors under the United States sentencing guidelines. So yes, he is to be treated like everyone else and give no special favors. However, the defense's job is to highlight those unique sentencing factors that apply exclusively to Sean P. Diddy Combs. And they did a fantastic job highlighting all those criteria. And most importantly, the court is supposed to avoid sentencing disparities. That's one of the factors the court has to consider. And the defense put in their sentencing memorandum that the average sentence for people convicted of this offense in the United States with no prior criminal record, just like Mr. Combs, is 14.9 months. So that ask of credit for time served is in line with what other judges across the country have done for similarly situated people.
Don, thank you for all of that. And speaking of the judge, Dennis, this is exactly what I wanted to ask you about. So here we don't have a jury recommending a sentence. We've got the judge, and he sat there hearing all of the evidence that you heard as well as you were in the courtroom watching as the jurors were. Tell me, Dennis, how do you see this judge coming down on sentencing?
Well, I think that if the judge follows the juror's decision, then I would agree with the counsel that, he should get the 14.9 months and, time served. But we have to also look at how he has ruled in the past. So if I was a betting person, I would say the judge would probably lean more towards what the prosecutor in the PSR report. A lot of people believe that he should get out time served, but I'm, been a little reluctant with this particular judge.
I appreciate that insight, Dennis. It's helpful. I mean, you saw him making all the rulings that he made. Not long after Diddy's acquittal, we spoke with his lead counsel, Mark Agnifilo. He did an interview with me on this show that we had taped. And one of the things I asked him about was what's ahead, what's going to happen for his client as the sentence is imposed. Let's take a listen to what he said about his career in music. Does he hope to return to music?
I don't know that he's thought that far ahead. The phrase he uses with me, and I can share it because he said that I could, is he says he feels he has more to give. And I expect big things out of him. But I think we need to let him have a little transition, have some downtime. I just spoke to him an hour ago. I said, I'm not going to rest until you feel the hot August sun on your neck.
Mark Agnifilo, an excellent attorney, really battled. When you hear that, what do you think? Doing the work you've done for so many years, do you see a return to music for him?
For Sean, absolutely. He's bigger than life. He was, obviously someone that many people tried to emulate in the entertainment circle. I think that the energy, the people, drives them to want to be out there. I don't think this is a time for people to think he's just going to, if he's released there, he may take some time off to spend with his children and his mother. And I got a point also talking about that real quick, Julie. I recently lost my mother. And I thought about that as I was coming to do the show. His mother's very old. His mother is older than my mother. And I don't think this should be a sentence that will be more punitive than what he was actually convicted of. So I hope the judge takes everything in consideration with his children. He has an aging mother who showed up pretty much every day. And, don't bow to the pressure of those who want to see him do a lot of time.
Dennis, we're so sorry about the loss of your mom. And thank you for pointing that out, because that was one of the things I will say that struck me when I was able to go in person, largely thanks to you, going into the courtroom with you, sitting there, watching along just the one day that I was able to see. And that struck me, the family support, because I think we think of him as like being on an island and he's, behind bars. And yet there's a lot of love for him still with his kids, his mother, a lot of unwavering support. And he shouldn't be treated any more harshly or any less harshly than anyone else on the same set of facts. So I want to talk a bit about the testimony and his reputation, because we know the jury found what they found, but it's a fair question. Can he ever rebound from the allegations that he was acquitted of? Let's listen.
So starting with blood, how would blood get on the linens at freak-offs? I was expected to have freak-offs on my period. Who expected you to do freak-offs on your period? Sean.
Who decided how many entertainers you would be with in a single hotel night?
Sean. How did you feel during the freak-offs when Sean beat you? Worthless, just like dirt, like I didn't matter to him. But that I was nothing, like absolutely nothing.
How did you react to seeing news coverage and social media posts about Cassie's lawsuit?
Because there was 3 specific pages that was just a harrowing resemblance to what I was experiencing.
So we know before all of the allegations in civil court, and then of course in this federal case we're talking about, this guy was one of the most powerful people in music and entertainment in the world. Since then, his presence has been removed from numerous business opportunities, including being stripped of an honorary doctoral degree from Howard University. So as he's waiting to learn his fate, What is the public perception of him now? And I would add, is it a fair perception? Because I'll be the first to say the trial was not what I expected it to be. We heard all of these wild things about these parties, and we heard about potentially minors and just, I mean, crazy things were out in the court of public opinion. The trial wasn't about anything like that. It was about his conduct within 2 relationships. That's what it was. And so I think for a lot of people who may not have paid attention to the trial, they may still be thinking these crazy things. Dennis, I want you to weigh in first on this, please.
I do think that the media coverage and all the misinformation that was floating out there from the time of the settlement of the lawsuit and then the raid, it did sway public opinion on who he is. They were looking for, when we heard entertainers, most of us thought they were high pro. Well, these guys were kind of performers as well. But I don't want to say certain celebrities, but we thought these celebrities that performed on stage with them, that rubbed elbows with them, would be the ones that come into the court. We sat in the courtroom. We saw none of that. We didn't even see Kanye West show up in the courtroom per se. We saw him show up to the building, but it was none of that. So there are people that might not have really understood that this wasn't about entertainers and children and wild orgy parties. They make people out there, but his true diehard fans are going to support him. We know they still have a lot of support just based on some of the letters of support that was submitted to the court. And that was over 70+ letters.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we saw the celebration going on outside the courtroom. I saw those supporters, Dennis. Yeah, you're right. It's really something. It just goes to show, pay attention to the evidence. Don't make judgments till you've seen the evidence. And his swinging lifestyle was really what came out of this trial.
All right, guys. So I had to do my 1-2 step over there. Yes, thank you, Julie Grant. Thank you, Julie Grant, for having me on your show, and I look forward to being on your next show. You can call me anytime. I'm gonna be on the show Friday night, but I don't believe that's gonna be with Julie. But guys, make sure you are following Court TV. And let me give you some background, guys. When I covered the O.J. Simpson trial way back in the 90s, Court TV, I want to say, had just launched not too long afterwards, and it's always been one of my favorite shows. Because they're the imitators and they're the originators. They have the originators of this courtroom coverage style, and then you had the People's Court, but it wasn't really like nothing like Court TV, where Harvey, which coincidentally he was on the People's Court as a news commentator. They did the reactions and the interviews and so forth, and I happened to have a relationship with his new brand, which is TMZ. So it's kind of interesting that I follow Harvey for his career, and he was out there during the time, and I was out there during the time, and it's kind of weird, but it's interesting that that I'm still kind of connected in that whole space there. Anyway, I'm just talking right now, guys. What do you think? Make sure you follow me on YouTube. Make sure you follow me back on YouTube. I appreciate the Twitter people, but come on YouTube. And make sure you get a membership, because we got some. Last night I was looking at a collection of videos that I had tons of videos, but I was looking at archive of videos that I had. I said, this needs to be on YouTube. This thing needs to be on TikTok. So I'm gonna be releasing them on TikTok and YouTube. You're gonna see some cool stuff. I was looking at one last night where it was a performance video of Common, the rapper Common. Then I looked at something with Biggie. I'm like, I need you to drop these videos. I'm gonna drop them because they do no good sitting on my tons of hard drives. I have tons of hard drives, by the way. But I'm going to be dropping some in the membership section on at Mr. Dennis Byron, and then I'll be have some on my TikTok page as well. Because now that we know that there has been some type of agreement with the White House and TikTok. TikTok is not going anywhere. Now I feel a little more comfortable putting my content there. I didn't want to put it there and then not know that it was going to be around. So now I feel more comfortable in putting my content out there. A lot of you got a jump start on. I'm sorry, guys, on me on TikTok, but I'm coming. Listen, it's not how you start the race; it's how you finish the race, and I'll just leave it at that. With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me see if I have anyone else that want to join. We've been on it for a while. The judge is giving, as a matter of fact, the judge, we're gonna go back to the judge's instructions. The judge is giving instructions to the jurors. So we're gonna switch it back over to the judge giving her instructions to the jurors here. Stand by. And then a case involving okay, here she go. Stand by. Oh, something happened. Hold on. Okay, it looks like the judge hasn't started. 3:25, 40 minutes. The judge will give them the instructions and they'll come back and start deliberation probably today. Judge is probably gonna release them when they're ready to be released. Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to end this live and I'll see you guys on the next one. It's time for me to get my lunch break. I haven't had a lunch break yet. With that, I do appreciate everyone coming in. Make sure you are following me on those platforms. My mod has put the link in there. She's put it in there. Shout out to D. Appreciate you, D. I should pin this. I pinned it there. Okay. All right. So I pinned that there. Let me pull something up real quick here before we end the show. I get all these notifications. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me rock out this one. Let's go.
Frontline with the pen. Hip hop inquiry. I've been front row from the ciphers to the chains. Dennis Byron the name. Hip hop inquiry the flame. We the voice of the block, pen sharp like a sword, breaking truth from the booth to the courtroom floor. Byron been riding 3 decades strong. Hip hop inquirer, the real never wrong. Yeah, we dig, we expose, we press, we reveal. From the legends to the lies, we keep it real. Byron with the facts, no time for the cap. He on the map, run and tell that. Started with a Nikon, chasing down a spark. Snapping shots of Biggie before he left the park. ATL to the BX, I kept it authentic. From rap beats to court seats, I really been in it. I ain't TMZ, I'm the G with the sources. Breaking exclusives, live from the horses. Wrote the script while they mimic my tone. Interviews with icons, yeah, I built this alone. Why they blog for clout, I report for the streets. Facts over fiction, receipts on repeat. Byron been official since cassette tape days. Now I'm pressing play from courtrooms to airwaves. Destiny's Child, Yeezy in the lens. From Def Jam meetings to courtroom defense. YouTubers fake it, I lift every frame. Journalists of record, remember the name. We the voice of the block, pin sharp like a sword. Breaking truth from the booth to the courtroom floor. Byron been riding 3 decades strong. Hip hop inquirer, the real never wrong. Yeah, we dig, we expose, we press, we reveal. From the legends to the lies, we keep it real. Byron with the facts, no time for the cap. He on the map, run and tell that. See, this ain't no gossip column. This is culture curated. Hip-hop documented, verified, celebrated. This is Hip-Hop Inquirer, where receipts matter. So hit that sub, join the ride with a vet, from the studio to trial. Ain't no regrets, breaking stories while they sleep in the booth. Dennis Byron got the lens on the truth. We the voice of the block, pen sharp like a sword, breaking truth from the booth to the courtroom floor. Byron been riding 3 decades strong. Hip-Hop Inquirer, the real, never wrong. Yeah, we dig.
Some of you call him Diddy. Some of you call him Puffy. Some of you call him Brother Love. But the world knows him as Sean Combs. Music mogul, fighter, survivor. They tried to take him down, but God had another plan. They could end a king, but the truth won't hide. They painted stories, tried to write your fate, but the jurors saw through, it wasn't too late. Aram Subramanian with his foot on the scale, but God runs the court and his truth won't fail. You built an empire, you gave the world sound. Now the same world's waiting to see you rebound. You hold your head high, Puffy, you're not alone. The people know the truth, one day you'll be home. To the charts, your legacy's wide. They can cage a man's body, but not his pride. Brother love spirit can't be contained. Your name's etched forever in the Hall of Fame. The system's heavy, it was built to crush, but faith beats fear when you trust enough. The world's still vibing to the tracks you made, and your victory echoes, it'll never fade. But not guilty on the RICO. Truth had the floor. They tried to write an ending, but God wrote more. Stand tall, Sean Combs, your crown's still near. The world's got your back, your freedom is clear. Oh, head high, Diddy, you're not alone. The people know the truth, one day you'll be home. They tried to break you, but the jury stood strong. God's justice louder than a judge's wrong. Yeah. Brother love, the fight ain't done, but victory's yours and the war is won. One day soon you'll walk back free, cause no man's bigger than God's decree.